Okay. All right, the Rules Committee will come to order. In 2017, Republicans in Congress worked with President Trump to pass a massive tax package that was anything but reform. It blew up the deficit and went after policies used by middle-class families, all to provide more tax breaks for the wealthy and large corporations. This tax scam capped the deduction for state and local taxes. It did this at a time when more than 100 million Americans in 44 million households claimed this deduction. That's nearly everyone who itemizes. This deduction was used to fund everything from schools to infrastructure to our first responders. Communities rely on full dedication. That is why we are considering H.R. 5377 today, a bill that sets the course for real reform. It fully restores and improves the SALT deduction and delivers targeted tax relief to teachers and first responders. We will also be considering the appropriations package comprising of all 12 fiscal year 2020 appropriations bills. These mini-buses are the result of real bipartisan, bicameral negotiations to keep the lights on. I want to thank all the appropriators for their work and hope that we can move quickly this week to pass these measures. And I know they're all going to be coming up here to testify, but we will encourage them to be brief and to the point, lest they start losing support on these bills. So having said that, let me now turn to our ranking member, Mr. Cole, for any comments he wishes to make.
Well, you know, as an appropriator, Mr. Chairman, we always know the Rules Committee will be with us no matter what, no matter how much we offend you. So we appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're here at the beginning of what will be a jam-packed week. As we kick it off with an eventful hearing. We're considering 3 items today. The first 2 of which we'll consider somewhat later, cover the full-year appropriations for fiscal year 2020. The third's a tax bill that temporarily removes the cap on the state and local tax deduction in exchange for a permanent increase in the highest marginal tax rate. As I've said on many occasions, funding the government and keeping it open is one of the most fundamental duties as members of Congress. While it's been a long road in getting to this point, I'm pleased that negotiations were successful so that we can be here considering full-year appropriations bills rather than another continuing resolution. While there's a lot I like in these appropriations packages, there's also a lot I would change if it were simply up to me. I don't think any of us, Republican or Democrat, would view them as perfect, but I think we should all recognize the truly bipartisan compromise that was achieved. Compromise is giving up more than you want to get less than you like, especially in divided government and in an even more polarized political environment. Finding compromise across party lines between both chambers and the administration is no small feat. I look forward to hearing from the chairs and ranking members of each of the subcommittees as we consider these important funding measures. I'm also pleased that 3 additional provisions of Obamacare are permanently repealed in these appropriations bills. At least I'm advised that that will be the case. The so-called Cadillac tax, the medical device tax, and the health insurance tax. These provisions served 2 insidious purposes: driving up the cost of health care and forcing people to give up good health care plans that they enjoyed. I'm thankful that my friends in the majority recognize this and included, and I'm advised they will, these overwhelmingly bipartisan solutions in the legislation before us today. Our third item is a misguided and partisan tax bill, H.R. 5377. It would permanently remove the cap on the deduction for state and local income taxes, property taxes, and sales taxes. Or excuse me, it would temporarily remove that cap. But the bill also pays for this temporary tax break by permanently increasing taxes. What's worse, the permanent tax increase isn't limited to individuals, but may apply to many small businesses as well. It's been nearly 2 years since Congress passed and President Trump signed the Tax Cut and Jobs Act into law. This monumental legislation not only reformed the corporate tax code and simplified the personal tax code, it ensured that the vast majority of Americans are getting to keep more of their hard-earned money than they did 2 years ago. Between lower taxes, the expanded standard deduction, the child tax credit, and changes to the alternative minimum tax, the benefits of the Tax Cut and Job Act are numerous, reaching far and wide across the nation. By contrast, today the majority is pushing a temporary tax break that will primarily give benefits to wealthy individuals in a few states. Even the Center for American Progress, which no one would confuse as conservative, acknowledged, quote, "It's very unlikely that there will be any indirect benefits from this legislation benefiting low-income and medium-income families. They're trying to pay for that tax break by permanently increasing marginal tax rates. Permanently raising taxes to give a temporary tax break to the richest of the rich doesn't make much sense to me, Mr. Chairman. I actually read one report where 88% of the individuals who receive this break make more than $100,000 a year, and something like 52% have a net worth of more than $1 million. That's an extraordinary group to hone in on to give a special tax break for. So I look forward with a great deal of skepticism and anticipation as we hear how this tax break for millionaires and billionaires is justified by my Democratic friends. With that, Mr. Chairman, I look forward to our hearing, and I yield back.
Well, thank you very much for that. And I'm happy to introduce you to some of my constituents in Massachusetts who ended up getting hurt pretty badly by the changes in the Trump tax law with regard to this. Yeah, and I will tell you that they're not millionaires or billionaires. They're far from it. Unlike the majority of people who are getting benefits from the overall Trump tax bill. Yeah, well, they don't live in my neighborhood. Anyway, I'm happy to, I'd like to welcome our witnesses to provide testimony in H.R. 5377, Restoring Tax Fairness for States and Localities. I'm happy to welcome Mr. Schneider and Mr. Rice. We're delighted that you are here. Anything you brought in writing will, without objection, be entered into the record. I now recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, colleagues on the Rules Committee. It is my honor, and I'm pleased to be here today to testify regarding H.R. 5377, the Restoring Tax Fairness for States and Localities Act, legislation that seeks to fix one of the most harmful provisions of the 2017 Republican tax law and a top priority for the constituents that I represent. I would also like to ask that a statement from my colleague, Representative Bill Pascrell, be placed into the record.
Without objection.
The 2017 tax law broke with long-standing federal tax precedent of excluding from taxable income monies paid to state and local governments. By setting a $10,000 annual cap, $5,000 for married individuals filing separately on the state and local tax deduction, Congress effectively codified an unfair penalty on Americans who live in states that choose to invest in their own communities. Forcing Americans to pay additional federal tax on taxes that they've already paid to state and local governments is quite simply double taxation, and it is wrong. Even worse, the new $10,000 cap applies equally to married and single filers. This creates a marriage penalty and further punishes joint filers. In my Illinois district alone, approximately 42% of filers use the SALT deduction, and the average deduction is significantly higher, nearly double the new cap. Needless to say, the SALT deduction cap has affected a broad swath of my district in all of our communities and at all income levels. Illinoisans are not the only ones suffering as a result of this punitive change. In 2017, the average SALT deduction exceeded $10,000 in 25 states in the District of Columbia. And because the cap is not indexed to inflation, several additional states may soon join the list. In addition to requiring Americans to pay taxes on already paid taxes, we are warned the SALT cap could lead state and local governments to cut funding for important programs that educate our children, protect our teachers, build inclusive neighborhoods, and provide capable, trained, and properly resourced first responders. Further potential injustice is laid upon these communities in that high-income earners can more easily choose to move to low-tax states, leaving hardworking lower- and middle-income taxpayers holding the bag to pay for the critical services and programs they need in their communities. This is not fair to America's middle class. It's simply wrong that the burden of the 2017 tax law, policies that overwhelmingly benefit the most fortunate Americans, 83% of the benefit went to the top 1% by one estimate, should lie with a narrow range of states with higher costs of living. H.R. 5377 seeks to rectify these wrongs and would eliminate the marriage penalty for 2019 by doubling the cap for married couples to $20,000. It would also fully eliminate the SALT cap for tax years 2020, 2021, as well as increase the above-the-line deduction for teachers' out-of-pocket classroom expenses from $250 to $500, and provide a $500 above-the-line deduction for firefighters' uniforms and training. Significantly, this legislation is fully paid for by restoring the top individual income tax rate to its pre-TCJA level of 39.6%. It even generates $2.4 billion in deficit reduction. My hope is the two-year restoration will provide an opportunity to pursue real bipartisan tax reform and a more permanent solution for SALT. This legislation provides much-needed relief and tax fairness to hardworking Americans across the country, and it does so in a fiscally responsible manner. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today, and I look forward to any questions you may have. With that, I yield back.
All right, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Rice, welcome. Hearing on this.
Paid for by raising the maximum rate back from 37% where it was reduced.
No, it really wasn't coming
Where it was reduced under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act from 39.6% to 37%. This bill would raise it back to 39.6%. You know, our focus in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act primarily was to make the American economy more competitive. We did that through corporate tax rates to make our multinationals competitive in the world, and we did that through deductions for pass-throughs and raising the highest rates to make small businesses competitive as well. Because in fact, small businesses employ 2/3 of the people employed in the country. And if we simply revert back to the 39.6, we erode the competitiveness that we created in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And if you consider the effect of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act on American competitiveness, with 3.5% unemployment, sub 4% unemployment in South Carolina, 3% plus wage growth, record highs in employment across every category, including Hispanics and African Americans, I'm extremely proud of the result of that tax bill. The deduction for state and local taxes is basically it's a tax expenditure, of which I'm sure you are all familiar. And the effect of it is that the federal government subsidizes high tax jurisdictions. Taxes that people in low income areas pay, like for example, I represent Marion County, South Carolina. It's one of my 8 counties, 57% African American, poorest county in South Carolina. The taxes that those folks pay, part of their income taxes, through this income tax expenditure of the state and local tax deduction, would go to subsidize mansions in high tax jurisdictions. When we had a hearing on this, they brought in the mayor of one of the local jurisdictions around here in D.C., which has one of the highest income rates in the entire country, and they talked about, you know, well, they wouldn't be as easily, it wouldn't be as easy for them to raise taxes anymore. Well, guess what? These people are employed by the federal government, which is why their pay is so high. And now you're asking my folks back in Marion County, South Carolina, a part of the taxes that they pay, to go and subsidize city services in Alexandria or any of these other areas around D.C. Another person they brought in was a mayor on Long Island. It was Ocean View, Long Island. And he talked about, you know, what a great community he had and how, you know, it was difficult to justify raising taxes without this state and local tax deduction. Well, you know, they can raise state and local taxes all they want to. This has no effect on, it doesn't limit them in any way. All it does is prevent the federal government from subsidizing these very elite, wealthy neighborhoods. When the chairman mentioned earlier, he talked about the Republican bill and the fact that so much of the Republican tax cuts went to the wealthy, and my numbers are significantly different. In fact, before the Republican tax cuts and after, if you compare before and after, the top 1% and the top 10% pay more as a percentage of the federal revenue today than they did before the tax cuts bill. But the complaint that I hear over and over, I heard from Mr. Snyder and I heard from the chairman as well, is that so much of the Republican tax bill went to favor the wealthy. Well, the way you offer to fix that is you offer this bill to do away with the SALT cap. And what the effect of that would be is 52% of the benefit of this proposed bill goes to the top 1%, people who earn over $1 million a year. According to the Joint Committee on Taxation, 52% goes to people who earn over $1 million per year. 94% of it, 94% goes to people who earn over $200,000 a year. That's the top 10%. So if your complaint about the Republican tax bill is, oh, it's too skewed to the wealthy, so we're going to fix it by making it even more skewed to the wealthy. How much sense does that make? Think about it. Just use your common sense. My friends on the other side complain about income inequality over and over and over again. Well, guess what? This doesn't help that one bit. In fact, it makes the income inequality spread much higher. This legislation would be particularly bad for poor rural areas and states like Florida that have no income tax. You know, we're not just talking about property taxes here. We're talking about state and local income taxes as well. My home county, Horry County, South Carolina, the average SALT deduction, okay, under our bill, you can write off up to $10,000 in SALT taxes. The average SALT deduction in Horry County, South Carolina, which is a relatively wealthier area in South Carolina, is $1,754. Less than 20% of the deduction that we allow under the Republican tax bill. Seminole County, Florida, Mr. Hastings, the average SALT deduction in your state, in your county, is $1,200. We allow it. Okay, $1,200. Well, you get what I'm saying by reaction. So what we're doing here is that the people in the low tax jurisdictions like you, Mr. Hastings, would be subsidizing these folks that live here in McLean and Arlington and all that, people that live in Long Island or in higher income areas in Chicago and all these other places. So it's fine for all these other jurisdictions to offer extra services, to have extra parks and extra fire and all these other services that maybe some of the rural areas can't possibly afford. But don't ask the rural areas to subsidize that. That's the problem. You know, as a tax lawyer and a CPA, which is what I did in my profession, I always tried to understand why things were in the tax code. I understand why you would allow a deduction for mortgage interest. Why? Because you want to encourage people to buy a house and have a stake in society. You want to charitable deductions? Fine. You want to encourage people to give money to charity. What are you trying to encourage to give a deduction for state income taxes? You try to encourage people to pay more taxes? I mean, that simply makes no sense. I would have favored doing away with the state and local tax deduction altogether. In fact, that was what I argued for in the process of the bill. And what we compromised on was a $10,000 deduction, which covers well over 80% of the population. Again, 94% of this goes to people earning over $200,000. 52% of the benefit goes to people earning over $1 million per year. If the argument against the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is that in yours too much, it is skewed too heavily to the wealthy, the fix is not, well, okay, let's make this more skewed to the wealthy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you very much. Before I make a comment, I just want to acknowledge that all of us have interns who work for us, who work very, very hard. And I want to recognize one of my interns, Avi Faber, who is here and who's worked very hard for us all these last several weeks. So we appreciate him being here. Mr. Rice, my problem with the Republican tax plan was that 36 million middle-class families had their taxes raised. And a lot of them are in my district. And on the SALT deduction, you know, state local taxes fund things like schools and infrastructure and first responders. I don't represent Long Island. I don't represent the areas of the upper income areas of Alexandria. I represent urban areas with a very mixed income population and a lot of rural areas as well. And they all benefit from the investments in our state. And I should tell you that the SALT deduction is claimed by taxpayers at all income levels, in my state, and I would assume all 50 states alike. So I just point out that, believe me, it is very noticeable to a lot of people who are not millionaires, who are not billionaires in my district. And I think it's very, very harmful. Mr. Hastings?
I have no questions. I appreciate both.
Mr. Cole?
Thank you. I won't take a lot of time because I think both our witnesses did a good job, I think, in laying out their respective cases. But I think the figures are worth repeating, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 5377 provide $40.4 billion in tax windfalls. And as Mr. Rice pointed out a number of times, 52% of the benefit goes to people that make more than $1 million a year. These are not struggling middle-class families. And if I heard your figure right, which I'm sure was more accurate than my own, 94% of the people that get the benefit go to people who make over $200,000 a year.
According to the Joint Committee on Taxation.
Yeah, and so let's not try to dress this up as anything other than what it is. It's a big giveaway to very wealthy people that for whatever reason, their states, they've chosen to tax themselves more. That's fine. That's their prerogative to do it. As Mr. Rice pointed out, the $10,000 deduction covers over 80% of all filers. So we're talking about a pretty small group in a few isolated places, and it's a huge giveaway. And so I don't think it's going anywhere in the United States Senate. I would ask either of my friends if you can tell me how this is going to help poor people, and if you can tell me the wisdom of getting a temporary tax cut for a permanent tax increase. That one just escapes me. I think that flies in the face of any kind of economic thinking I've ever heard. How would you extend this tax deduction? I assume you'd plan to extend it.
So let me touch on a couple of things. First, you talked about where the benefit goes. And you can talk about the distribution of the benefit, but one of the things that stands out on this bill for me is that it pays for itself. That we made a conscious decision that we would pay for this lifting of the cap. And the pay for comes exclusively by returning the tax rate to its rate prior to 2017. Who's paying that increase, that higher rate? Is people making over $400,000, $460,000 for a head of household, $496,000 for a married couple. So while they get some benefit, certainly, they're also covering the cost. But who else is benefiting from it? I represent Lake Forest. It's one of the wealthiest communities in the country. But I also represent Waukegan, Zion, Fox Lake, communities in my district where people are just scraping best they can to make ends meet, right? All of those communities are in Lake County. Lake County, Illinois is known as a high tax county, right? But the reason there are taxes is because Lake County, Illinois has made decisions to make investments in its community. One of the things I was proud to celebrate this year is that Lake County announced effective elimination of homelessness among veterans. That was pulling people from all of those communities I just mentioned together and using the resources of the community to provide services to our veterans who so desperately need it, right? What happens from the $10,000 cap? Well, people, as I said before, people who can afford to leave can leave. They can move to Florida or to Arizona or wherever they want to go. But the people in Zion, the people in Waukegan, in Fox Lake, they don't have that flexibility. And the burden of providing the services in the community increasingly fall on those who are left behind. That's just not fair. So in my opinion, the fact that we are paying for this bill, providing relief for entire communities, and looking to those at the most fortunate of us to cover it makes a lot of sense. I'll take it a step further. Illinois is what's known as a donor state. We pay far more to the federal government than we get back, right? South Carolina, on the other hand, receives far more from the federal government than they pay in federal taxes. If we want to talk about subsidies, I would argue the subsidies are going the other direction, from Illinois to South Carolina. That's not what we're here to talk about. For me, it's about fairness. And putting a cap on property taxes, on state and local taxes, communities that make the decision to invest in themselves, in their children, in their teachers, in their first responders, that's not subsidizing. Putting a tax on that is double taxation.
Mr. Rose.
The point he just made is a point you raised as well, when you said that, this deduction supports school teachers and firefighters and all this, and he said communities that make the decision to invest in these things. Well, that's fine. Nothing in the Republican tax bill, nothing with the salt tax limit of $10,000 stops communities from making that decision. Nothing stops communities from supporting firefighters and teachers and everything else. That's not what this is about. What this is about is asking other people, other communities, it's not South Carolina versus Illinois or Florida, which has very little tax compared to Illinois. It's not Florida versus, it's people within the rural areas of Illinois and urban areas of Illinois. It's people in rural areas of Illinois that don't have those same services being asked to subsidize those services for other areas in the same state. And keep this in mind. When you say that so many people talk to you in your community about, and they're not millionaires, about the fact that they can't take this deduction anymore. Taxes are complicated. I was a CPA and a tax lawyer. A lot of people don't really understand how all of it works. But what we did was we doubled the itemized deduction. We took it from $12,000 to $24,000. So you can't write off anything until you get to $24,000. But you get the benefit of the full 24, even if you only pay $5,000 in state and local taxes, you get to write off $24,000. If you pay $18,000 in state and local taxes, you get to write off $24,000. If you pay $500 in state and local taxes, you get to write off $24,000. So when some people are telling you, well, I don't get to use my state and local taxes anymore, that's because they get to write off $24,000 right off the top. 10%? Less than 10% of people in the country itemize. Less than 10, think about that now. Less than 10% of the people in the country itemize their deductions. That means that this could only possibly apply to less than 10% of the people. And I promise you that these are people that are living in those. You're asking people that live in Marion County, South Carolina, or Seminole County, Florida, to subsidize somebody who lives in a mansion that's paying $50,000 in property taxes. And that is simply not right. If these communities want to offer these services, that's fine. Just don't ask everybody else to pay for it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for being here. Mr. Shiner, thank you for coming before the Rules Committee to discuss such an important issue for my home state of California. I think back in 1913, after the ratification of the 16th Amendment, the 3-page law to reestablishing a federal income tax contained a full salt deduction, which remained in place with only minor adjustments for over a century. So we're here debating about something that has worked for over a century. Salt. The salt deduction shields taxpayers from double taxation, having to pay twice for the same income, preventing citizens from owing federal income taxes on dollars that their state and local government levy. That's what we're talking about here today. So, yes, we're absolutely correct when we talk about the generosity of some of our communities that have been left behind by the federal government and pay much more than many other states. And they want to do better for their constituents. And they put on the ballot initiatives to help fund programs, fire suppression programs, law enforcement programs, homeless shelters, things that make a community. So to say that we're going to punish them for providing something that the federal government has stopped providing for our constituents, I think it's ridiculous. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is taking a disproportionate toll on California taxpayers, period. The average Californian pays $18,438. So to say that, you can easily itemize. How do we itemize to get to 24,000? You can't. But under the Republican tax scam, the state and local tax deduction or SALT deduction, we capped our constituents at $10,000 for their household. So if we care about marriage and, wholesome family units, do we really care? Do we really put our money where our mouth is? In my state, taxpayers pay significant state and local taxes to fund those very critical services. A professor, Jason Jarvis, he lives in LA County with his wife and their 15-month-old son. They paid $16,000 in state and local taxes, but were only able to deduct $10,000 as a family unit off of their federal taxes. So despite the increased child tax credit, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act cost them somewhere between $45,000 and $5,000 in deductions. Meanwhile, the number of companies that paid zero taxes doubled thanks to the Republican tax scam. So if American families paying for billionaires to keep their billions and to write off their billions is what you're after, congratulations, you've accomplished it. But for my constituents who say that they don't have a problem with tax dollars going towards their police officers or firefighters or homeless folks and veterans, they don't mind their tax dollars going to that. But they sure as hell not going to pay for a billionaire to get a free ride and continue to get subsidized by the poor working class in my community. So in closing, I want to urge everyone to vote for this rule, vote yes on this rule, and I look forward to all of us voting to pass this bill on the floor, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Woodall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the work of the Ways and Means Committee. Candidly, I knew we were going to have this conversation one day. The SALT tax cap, deduction cap, was one of the only pieces of reform in that package. I'm not a tax cutter, I'm a tax reformer. Giving away money to people is easy. Redistributing folks who were getting a tax subsidy yesterday and taking that tax subsidy away from them tomorrow, that's hard. And I wish we'd done more of those hard things. And I just feared, Mr. Rice, you and I talked about it, that one day we'd be back here on the one courageous thing we did to try to say, let's not subsidize behavior we're doing. I appreciated your point, Mr. Schneider, that we do talk about fleeing high-tax jurisdictions as if it's something everybody can do, and it just isn't. It is something that you can do and something I can do, but it's not something that those constituents that you referenced can do, and I don't know how we can collaborate to address that. Choice is that key element in making a free market anything work. And if you can't leave a high-tax jurisdiction, you can't vote with your feet. I happen to subscribe to Mr. Rice's theory that you get more of what you subsidize, and so if you have a high-tax jurisdiction and you subsidize it, you'll get more of a high-tax jurisdiction. But if you see any opportunities for us to collaborate, I think mobility, physical mobility, is key to economic mobility, and so often folks do not have that today, and I'd love to partner with you to do that. I did want to make sure, because the numbers that Mr. Rice quoted were different than the ones that I'm seeing, though they may just be two sides of the same coin. To quote the Center for American Progress, tax cuts from the SALT cap repeal would go overwhelmingly to the wealthy. Now, to be fair, Mr. Rice, they go on to say, if the SALT cap were repealed, virtually all low-income taxpayers and the vast majority of middle-income Americans would opt to still claim the standard deduction. According to the Tax Policy Center, 98.6% of taxpayers with incomes less than $100,000 would see no benefit, but 1.4% would. It's not that no one is, as you suggested, it's not that no one's going to be helped. Somebody would. Is there any opportunity or was there any discussion in the committee about how to address this language so that we could help that 1.4% of middle-income taxpayers that are getting left behind?
I offered an amendment that would repeal the SALT cap, the $10,000 cap, so you could deduct 100% of it for people in the bottom 90% of income earners. And I paid for it with repealing the ability to deduct even the $10,000 for the people in the top 10%. That would more than pay for the added SALT deduction for people making less than $200,000 a year.
That had to be a wildly popular amendment. I'm going to make sure we take care of every middle and low-income American at the expense of upper-income
I
Americans.
know you'll be shocked to hear this, but the majority voted it down. You know, and if the continual rallying cry, the negative rallying cry about the Republican tax bill is that it's too skewed to the wealthy, how can we fix that by making a change to it that makes it even more skewed to the wealthy?
To be fair, I reject that rallying cry. It only makes sense to me if well, you all would know better than I do. What are the top 10%, 1% of income earners paying of federal revenue these days? As you said, it has gone up, a percentage of federal revenue paid by upper income earners.
Before the Republican tax bill, the people making more than $1.3 million paid 19.3% of federal tax revenue. Now they pay 19.8% of federal tax revenue. Before tax reform, people in the top 10%, those making over $200,000 a year, paid 49.6% of the federal tax revenue. Today, they pay 49.8%. So they pay more of a percentage of the federal revenue now, after tax reform, than they did before tax reform.
Mr. Schneider?
Yeah, if I can touch on a couple things. First, on the percentages. The 2017 tax bill is leading to what's estimated to be well over a $2 trillion addition to our debt. That burden is going to fall on working families. That burden is going to make it harder for our government to provide the necessary services, whether it's SNAP funding or funding for first responders, helping communities buy fire trucks or police vehicles, safety equipment. So by shrinking the tax and saying, yes, more of it's being paid by those at the top, but it's a smaller pie, and the burden by creating this additional debt falls on all of us. So I'd love to respond to your opening, and I appreciate that. I want to be a tax reformer with you, and I would love to work together. But we can't do it by incrementalism, by nibbling around the edges or picking one thing here or one thing there. What we have to do is put everything on the table. And when everything is on the table, on any one piece, there are always going to be winners and losers. But when you look at the whole picture and try to come up with comprehensive tax reform, which the 2017 bill was anything but that, then we can say to everybody, yes, you didn't get this, but we're getting that, and on a whole, we're all better off. And that's what tax reform is going to do. And that's why this one single issue, the cap on SALT, which penalizes blue states, California, New York, Illinois, penalizes the working families in these communities, makes it harder for them to make ends meet. It's not just that people who have nicer houses aren't buying new houses or building new houses. It's the people who build those houses, the tradespeople, the contractors, the general contractors, the architects, small businesses. It's hurting our communities. And it's not just the impact of the tax. We are seeing in communities across the nation where you have the impact of the SALT, 25 states, higher than $10,000, a decline in property values. So it's not only the annual burden of having to pay more to the federal government in taxes because I'm paying taxes on the taxes I already pay to my state government, but my well-being, what I want to hope to provide to my children, people are saying this is being affected as well. So yes, we need tax reform, but it needs to be fair, it needs to be real, and it can't add to our debt.
Can I add one more thing? Too often, when we do these comprehensive bills, and I would argue what we did was a comprehensive tax reform bill that's had huge positive economic effects and tax reduction too across the income spectrum. That would be my argument. But too often when we do this, you know, there's sugar and salt. There's winners and losers. And too often we come back and we get rid of the salt. We keep the sugar and we get rid of the salt, right? Perfect example of we adopted Obamacare in 2012 or whenever it was. Didn't have it come into effect until 2014 after Obama's second election because we knew it was going to be a problem. And here comes the SALT. The SALT is the health insurance tax, the medical device tax, the Cadillac tax, all these things that were supposed to pay for Obamacare. Now here they're getting ready to come into effect. Oh my God, we can't have this. Let's do away with all these things that we were going to use to pay for Obamacare. What we're doing is we're keeping the sugar and we're getting rid of the salt and we're doing exactly what he said. We're laying that on future generations. Not a good plan. Now here we did tax reform. We have accelerated the economy. We've brought unemployment. We've brought the stock records, wage growth, highest it's been in decades, the stock market all-time high. All these wonderful things have happened. There's the sugar. But now we want to get rid of the salt tax deduction. And it is one of the biggest pay-fors that we had in tax reform. And again, I ask you, in theory, I understand why you want to have a deduction for charitable. You know, you want to encourage people to give to charity. Mortgage interest deduction, you want people to buy a house. Why would you subsidize? What's the purpose of the federal government subsidizing people paying more state income taxes? Please explain that to me, because I don't understand.
I certainly don't support that subsidy. I do support trying to lighten the burden for the working class families the chairman referenced and the working class families that Mr. Snyder represents. And I know we don't have time to do it here, but had your amendment been accepted, had you abolished this tax giveaway for the mega wealthy in my district, and in turn, given it to the folks, the working class folks in the Schneider district and the McGovern district, I think we'd have had a bipartisan bill, and I think we'd have all voted yes. But I do want to associate myself with Mr. Schneider's comments. You do have to put everything on the table if you're going to have serious fundamental tax reform, and too often on both sides of the aisle we've been unwilling to do that, and I appreciate your willingness to raise that when most folks think taxes have already been done. And so let's move on to the next issue. Tax reform hasn't been done, and we still need to do it. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think Mr.
And
Schneider.
I just want to.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, and sometimes other people's words are better than mine, but to make a point, and I'll go back to the very beginning. Alexander Hamilton in the Federalist Paper 31 talked about why state taxes are distinct from federal taxes and the risk. And he said, quote, all the resources of taxation might by degrees become the subjects of federal monopoly to the entire exclusion and destruction of state governments. This is what's happening as state governments are being burdened. And so a letter submitted, and I read the same quote in the markup last week in Ways and Means from the National Association of Police Organizations, says the fact is that the capping of the SALT deduction is a significant tax increase for many suburban homeowners, including law enforcement officers. This puts them squarely in the range of middle-class taxpayers that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was supposed to help. Instead, with the SALT deduction capped at $10,000, many first responders are finding themselves on the wrong end of a tax hike. These are the people we are talking about, our first responders, firefighters, police officers, teachers, the people who are making our communities stronger, giving our kids a better future. We need to do something to take care of them.
Though, as is so often true, I agree with absolutely everything you said. As you said it, it suggests that we have disagreement. We don't. The law enforcement officers in my district, perhaps it's different in Illinois, but they're not in the top 10% of income earners across this country. They are not.
But they are affected by the SALT
The
cap.
10%, absolutely. And the Rice Amendment would have solved the problem for all of those people that you have just named, and I would have voted with you to solve that problem. That's my great frustration on this committee. You all have a hard job in the Ways and Means Committee. What I have to see in the Rules Committee is bill after bill that we could have voted on side by side, shoulder to shoulder, and have made a difference for all the people that you and I collectively care about and have been sent here to serve, and we missed that opportunity in the name of some political squabble and scoring a point. And
We'll find them in the future.
Thank you, sir. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Perlmutter.
Just thank you, too, for being here. I mean, all of this goes back to the big tax cut from 2 years ago that basically goes to the wealthiest Americans, hits our revenue stream for this country by some $2 trillion, which we see every day, the debt piling up and the deficit piling up. It was a big mistake, and I appreciate Mr. Schneider coming here to start reversing that. I yield back.
Mr. Burgess.
Yes, Mr. Rice, let me just ask you, now, you obviously had a legislative hearing in the Ways and Means Committee on this bill. There are other expiring provisions of the Tax Cut Jobs Act. Did you have a similar hearing on those expiring provisions? You talked about the doubling of the personal exemption. Seems to me if we were going to do something that would be meaningful, we would be talking about that first as maintaining the certainty of that for middle and low-income families.
Well, actually, I think, I'm going from memory, but I'm pretty sure we offered an amendment that would have made permanent the individual tax reductions under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act as a part of this bill, and it was voted down.
You also referenced an amendment that you had brought forward in committee that would have exempted some people from this tax and offset by doubling the tax on other people at higher income levels?
But what the amendment would have done is say, we would take away the $10,000 SALT cap, so you could deduct an unlimited amount of state and local taxes if you're in the bottom 90% of income earners. And we paid for it by eliminating the ability to write off $10,000 of SALT taxes for the top 10% of wage earners.
So, and that amendment was not accepted in committee?
That's correct.
Have you offered that again as a standalone amendment for this Rules Committee product?
I have not.
We might want to think about doing that. That seems like a phenomenally good idea. If you really want to just solve a problem for the majority of people, you would take that approach.
I agree, sir.
So, Mr. Schneider, it's not lost on me that Waukegan, Illinois was the birthplace of Jack Benny.
Very much so.
And, of course, Jack Benny is famous for saying when confronted with somebody who wanted to rob him and said, your money or your life, and Mr. Benny made the appropriate comedic pause and then said, well, I'm thinking it over. Seems like that's what we're doing here, thinking it over. Thank you both for being here. I'll yield back, Mr.
Ms.
Chairman.
Scanlon.
Yes, so I'm a former school board member in a state where most of our school funding comes from property taxes, so this issue hits very close to home. In southeastern Pennsylvania, where my district is, nearly half the folks in that region rely upon the property tax deductions, and the average for the entire state is higher than the $10,000 cap, so it's an issue that's really hit very close to home. It impacts our school funding. It impacts the seniors who want to stay in their homes and aren't able to because they can't afford to. So it's a big issue for my district, and I look forward to passing this repeal. Thanks.
Thank you. And I'd like to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record an article that was in the Huffington Post referring to a CRS study on the economic effects of the 2017 tax revision, preliminary observations. And basically, the conclusion is the sweeping tax law Republicans enacted in late 2017 is definitely not paying for itself and has not significantly boosted the economy or increased wages, the nonpartisan Congressional Research Service report. So I'll put that in the record without objection. Ms. Lesko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Rice, I have notes that say that the Joint Committee on Taxation examined the impact of repealing SALT and found that it would provide a $40.4 billion tax windfall to millionaires in 2019 alone, or roughly an extra $67,000 per millionaire. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, ma'am. I don't have those exact figures in front of me, but the overwhelming majority of the benefit would go to, again, 51% of the benefit would go to people who earn over $1 million. And those people are way more than millionaires. If you're earning $1 million, you're worth 10 or 20 or 100 or $1 billion. And 94% of of the benefit would go to people who are earning over $200,000 a year, and even those people are likely millionaires. They're the top 10% of wage earners.
Thank you. And Mr. Schneider, there were several Republican amendments in committee, and I have noted here one from Representative Arrington, who offered an amendment to ensure that the increased top marginal rate would not apply to small business income, but it was defeated on a party line roll call vote. Mr. Schneider, why would you reject that?
So I think one of the things we've seen in the tax bill is a lowering of the rate for small business owners already. This would apply for income over, as I said before, I think for an individual is 440 some odd thousand, for a head of household 460 plus, and for a married couple 496,000. At that level, going back to the rate before the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 39.6, I think was an appropriate rate.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. I respectfully disagree with you. The small business owners that I know a lot of them are just struggling. They have to deal with regulations, federal regulations, state regulations, county regulations, city regulations. They have to hire attorneys instead of more workers. There's, a lot of them start out working hard, and in fact, they're the backbone of our economy, and so I don't know why my Democratic colleagues would want to punish small business owners. But I do have another...
If I may, with all due respect,
Yes.
and we have perhaps a difference of opinion, but it is the small business owners in our communities. As I mentioned before, the contractors, the architects, the people who are providing services to our schools and other people within the community, they're the ones being hurt by the impact the cap on salt deduction's having in places like Lake County, Illinois, and counties like this across the country.
Well, actually, sir, I think the small businesses in Arizona where we don't have exorbitant property taxes because our local property taxpayers won't allow it, shouldn't be subsidizing the people in county and state governments where the taxpayers are saying okay to all these tax increases because they know they can write it off on their taxes. But I do have another question. Oh, yes, Mr. Rice.
Again, my primary focus, and I think the primary focus of most people on the committee in doing tax reform, was to make America competitive. We recognized that we had to make our national tax rates for corporations competitive if we didn't want corporations to continue to be forced to move overseas to exist. And at the same time, we had to make small business tax rates competitive as well. We couldn't let big corporations have such a vast difference in tax rates from small businesses. Why? Because small businesses employ 2/3 of Americans, and we have to make sure that they can compete in our country and in our world. Because, a lot of these small businesses employ hundreds of people, and they can choose where they want to do business. They can choose to do business in Illinois or South Carolina or Mexico or China if they want to. So we have to make sure that they're competitive. And to go from 37% to 39.6%, basically a 10% increase in their federal income tax liability is a significant, huge burden. And it would have a huge effect, and it would be absolutely detrimental to the fundamental purpose of tax reform, and that was making America and American business competitive.
Thank you. And Mr. Schneider, I have one more question. Another amendment that was offered in committee was by Representative Worlowski, offered an amendment to prohibit taxpayers with the highest 1% of income from taking the increased cap on the SALT deduction. And my notes say it was defeated on a party line roll call vote. Again, Mr. Schneider, if, I hear the Democratic presidential candidates saying all the time, oh, those 1%ers and, how terrible they are and we're cutting taxes on them. I heard it actually today again about how the tax cut bill by the Republicans is just helping the wealthy people and all this stuff. Well, if that's the case, why would you vote against this amendment that prohibits the top 1% taxpayers from getting this SALT deduction?
Thank you. Well, I'll repeat the statistic. Is 83% of the 2017 tax law, 83% of the benefit went to the top 1%. We are taking action here that will provide relief to communities, to middle-class workers, firefighters, police officers, and personally, I felt that the bill, the way it's written, responsibly paying for itself, was fine just the way it is.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. I don't think you answered my question, but I can't wait to use this in social media that you voted down an amendment that would prohibit the top 1% from getting this SALT deduction. I think it's great.
I think the difference, and let me...
Great in that you've done it so that I can advertise about it.
Well, I'll clarify. As I said before, this bill is paid for. We provide relief to communities, and by returning the top rate to from 37 to 39.6%, we pay for this bill. The amendment you're discussing wasn't paid for. I think we talked before about why we need tax reform. I was fairly clear. I'd like to see us moving in a direction where we aren't growing our debt.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, anyone else on, Mr. Rowley?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Mr. Snyder for the bill before us. I spent most of my career as a member of the state legislature, and we were always talking about how states are the laboratories of democracy and how important states' rights are, and how we need to defend the interests of states to make decisions for themselves and for local governments to make decisions for them. And that's the whole notion of federalism, it seems to me. And this decision to end the deductibility or to cap it flies in the face of that federalism from my perspective. This is the first time I'm aware in American history since the inception of federal taxes that we have not allowed the deductibility in its entirety of state and local taxes. And I just, as a New Yorker, I'm from upstate New York, and what I do know is it has a significant impact on communities like mine, which doesn't house many millionaires. We're not Manhattan, although thank God for Manhattan because they pay for a lot of bills. But New York State taxpayers pay $35 billion more to the federal government each year than they take back in services. They're the number one, in the aggregate, the number one donor state in the United States. Nearly $1,800 per resident, per capita. So my wife, myself, my son pay combined about $5,000 to the federal government that we don't see back. We're not necessarily complaining about that, but I note that, for instance, Representative Price, South Carolina's receives about $25 billion more in federal resources than they pay in. So effectively, New York pays for the $25 billion to South Carolina and a whole another $10 billion on top of it. We could get into and look at and slice and dice 1,000 different ways people are either advantaged or disadvantaged. But for me, this is a simple premise, which is if states and their localities make judgments on their own about what they ought to have in terms of service delivery and in terms of the quality of life they choose to have, that those taxes ought to be exempt from federal and double taxation. It's a fundamental principle. It's one that ought to continue. We're happy in New York that we're able to contribute to the nation's lifeblood and to provide services for other states. But frankly, this exacerbates it dramatically and is inherently unfair, and this should go away.
Thank you. And like New York, Illinois, I believe the estimate's about $30 billion that Illinois sends to the federal government in excess of what they receive back. So we share that distinction, if you will. And as I said, this is a burden on our local communities. I'd also point out that when the Republicans crafted this provision of their bill, they applied only to individuals. It doesn't apply to corporations. And so corporations that pay property taxes, that pay local taxes, are not being taxed a second time on those state and local taxes. It's individuals that are. And again, the Republicans made a decision that it would be a temporary, and if it was a good idea, why not make it permanent? It was a bad idea, and what we're trying to do is move up the time when it goes away.
I'd also like to note that those are the very highest income levels, the 1%, the half of 1%, actually have the resources to move. And I have seen and know people in New York who have moved and are statutory residents of other states, and they, do the 183, 184 days a year that they live in another state to avoid this. So what's really the burden is really falling to people who are not in the top 1% or the top 0.5%, but they are law enforcement officers, and they are people who are working hard, trying to have helping stabilize their communities, and choose, in New York's case, to have a pretty significant delivery of services from their states. But that's a decision they make, and they ought to be allowed to make without additional burdens on the federal government to tax them twice for their decision to do that. That is at the root of federalism, and frankly, that's why I so strongly support this amendment.
Mr. Morrell, if I could just respond to a couple things you said. One is you said that, we've never had a limit on the deductibility of state tax deductions, but we have. I mean, I've been in practice since 1982 as an accountant and a tax lawyer, and we had the alternative minimum tax, which once you reach a certain income level, erodes your ability to write off state and local income taxes. And also the PEAS deduction, which takes away, gradually eliminates your ability to write off any itemized deduction. So there have been, at least for the last 30 years, meaningful restrictions on your ability to write off state and local income taxes.
Well, those,
and I thought it was
if I might-
interesting as well when you said, you started out your comments with, thank God for Manhattan because they pay a lot of our bills, but we resent that New York pays in more than South Carolina does. It seems that you're speaking out of both sides of your mouth there. But thank you.
No, I meant in upstate New York, we're happy Manhattan is there.
Is
There's high income,
subsidizing
they
you,
pay.
but you don't want to subsidize South Carolina. That's what you said.
No, I didn't,
Yeah,
actually.
that's exactly what you said.
Well, no, what I said is I don't mind subsidizing South Carolina and other places. We're grateful for our relative prosperity, but now what has happened is we're now being penalized for having made the decision to have a high quality of life and a high level of service in our government. And I would note that the alternative minimum income tax and other limits on deductibility weren't specifically designated for federal or for state and local taxes. They were, broadly speaking, limitations on how much deduction you could have in general, not for as it related to local deductibility.
Well, alternative minimum tax focused on about 3 or 4 different areas, and state and local taxes was one of them. But and nothing in this, cap or the release thereof affects in any way the ability of state and local governments to place whatever taxes they want to. They can tax or not tax till the cows come home. And this deduction limitation or the taking away of the cap has nothing to do with that. The only question is the federal government going to subsidize it? Are people, if you choose to have those exceptional services in the community where you live, that's great. But if
Well, I'm not
Don't-
sure how
don't tell the people
you're
in Manhattan-
subsidizing us when we pay $35 billion more to the federal
Every
government
taxpayer-
and services we receive. That's not a subsidy.
every taxpayer in the country, including the people in the next town in New York, including the people that live in Manhattan, including the people who live in Illinois, including the people who live in rural Iowa, every taxpayer, if we allow the federal government to have an unlimited subsidy of of state taxes, every taxpayer is subsidizing that.
So I reject the notion that it's a subsidy. and I don't know how it could be subsidizing for communities and states that are donees instead of donor states to be said to be subsidizing New York. New York pays $35 billion. I don't know how, if there's some way that paying $35 billion more than we receive is a subsidy from other states, I clearly don't understand the idea or the concept or the word subsidy.
Thank you. And briefly to Mr. Raskin, I just want to remind members, we have like 30 appropriators outside here, so.
I'll be very fast, Mr. Chairman. I just want to associate myself completely with the remarks of Mr. Morelli, the gentleman from New York. I represent the great 8th Congressional District of Maryland, and Maryland is in a state in a very similar posture to New York in that we contribute lots and lots of money, disproportionate amounts of money, which I suppose, if we're looking at it in a kind of balkanized, competitive way, we're subsidizing the states that pay less. But that's not why I support this legislation. The reason that I'm supporting the Restoring Tax Fairness for States and Localities Act, H.R. 5377, is because I think the same reason that Abraham Lincoln was for it, which is that this is a double tax. Our people have already paid taxes on to the states and localities to support government and public services. I think citizens across the country are paying taxes to states and localities, and everybody would benefit by saying, let's not impose a second tax on it by having the federal government tax on the money that's already been spent, paying for state and local services. And so, Mr. Schneider, thank you for pointing out that the massive tax break legislation, which was adopted in the last Congress, not only shifted $1 trillion to the wealthiest people in the country, but it got rid of the state and local tax deduction after $10,000. But it did not do that for corporations. And it didn't. In other words, it maintained the theory that you don't want to double tax with respect to corporations. But then why do we have to endure a lecture that somehow this is unfair to South Carolina or any other state when you seem to clearly accept the principle that you don't do the double tax for corporations? I just don't get that, and maybe you could shed some light on that. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Well, corporations or partnerships or sole proprietorships or LLCs or any other form of business, typically under Section 162 of the Internal Revenue Code, can write off all reasonable, necessary, and ordinary business expenses. I mean, that's just how the tax code's been set up since the day it was formed. You write off reasonable and necessary business expenses.
Well, but we write the tax code, right?
And taxes are a reasonable and necessary expense of doing business. And if you
For businesses, but not for people.
And you could eliminate. Well, it's not a business expense for a person who's got a house that's worth $5 million in Long Island to pay the $50,000 in property taxes that they owe. That's not a business expense.
Yeah.
That is a personal expense and a personal choice that they make.
I knew it was Republican doctrine that corporations are people. I didn't know that corporations are more human than people, and so that we should bend over backwards to give them more of a break than actual tax-paying citizens.
Not bending over backwards, just carrying out an income tax on you allow them to deduct reasonable and necessary business expenses. I would suspect that would be true under the tax codes of pretty much any country that has an income tax.
Ms. Shalala.
First of all, I'd like to thank Maryland and New York for subsidizing Florida, because I think it's clearly a subsidy. I want to point out simply that this has a pay for. We ought to be celebrating the fact that wealthy people are actually going to pay for this, because we're raising their rates to the pre-2017 level. The other thing I want to point out is that this has an improved tax credit for teachers for their out-of-pocket costs, subsidizing their own students. So there are elements of this, but particularly the pay for, we ought to be celebrating, because the tax bill obviously did not have a pay for.
Thank you. Mr. Desaulniers.
Just briefly, the frustration I think we all sense there is one that I share, that when we look at the tax code individually, it's so complicated, and I would argue deliberately, then we should look at it holistically. And I would recommend to everyone to read Emmanuel Saez's great work on this when he analyzes state, local, and federal taxes. The two takeaways from that is the United States has the most regressive total tax system of the developed world, and that we are moving away from taxing capital because we're competing with a downward trend on corporations. It's like Walmart, local communities, they keep demanding of federal governments that they get more tax rates. So competitive, yes, but to the disadvantage of the countries as a whole. And then lastly, it's very frustrating to deal with that. I wish if we did tax reform, we did it the way Saez says we should do it. Look at it holistically, state, local, and federal. But coming from California and the Bay Area, California is the 5th largest economy in the world. The Bay Area would be the 19th. They're high-cost areas. I've been a small business person in the Bay Area for 30-plus years. Small businesses are not a monolith. I like being in business in the Bay Area, even though it's a high-cost area. But what this bill does individually is where 64% of the U.S. GDP comes from are these areas. And they go to rural, that revenue goes to everybody's benefit. So it's frustrating to have this conversation, and I just want to thank you both for being here, but particularly Mr. Schneider and the importance of getting this done. These high-cost areas are not going to be able to attract the kind of people we have to attract to drive our global economy with these kind of costs imposed on them.
Thank you very much. I think everybody's been recognized here. I would say to the witnesses, thank you for being here. If you have anything that you'd like to insert in the record, please leave it with our stenographer. You are now dismissed. I don't see any other members who wish to testify in H.R. 5377. Seeing none, this closes the hearing on that measure.
Brian.
Brian.
Give the stenographer.
Where's my stuff on that right here? Okay, I would now like to call up our colleagues from the Appropriations Committee to testify on Senate Amendment to H.R. 1158 and set.
Testing, testing.
I don't know how they're going to do this. Are you going to come down? Are you going to come down for this time, or are you going to just
How are you? So good to see you all. Okay.
Okay, I would now like to call up our colleagues from the Appropriations Committee to testify on the Senate Amendment to H.R. 1158 and the Senate Amendment to H.R. 1865. And I think the first panel will be Chairwoman Lowy, Ranking Member Granger, Mr. Rogers, Ms. Capter, Mr. Simpson, Mr. Visklosky, and Mr. Calvert.
It's in my hand.
Okay.
Those are for a good rule. Thank you.
Just did that someplace.
You'll probably agree on this one. Right?
They're actually from Mr. Joyce. His
Okay,
wife
we
makes
all
it.
set?
That's great. Thank you.
We're all just glad we got it done.
What? Paul? Tom? Thank you for the book. That's what I'll read. A week from
All right,
now,
Mr. Calvert.
my knee replaced. That's what I better read.
So we all, yeah. Okay. All right.
Do you want to sit here, Pete?
Do we all have room?
Okay, and we'll begin.
I don't need what order do I?
We'll begin with Ms. Lowy.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh,
Chairman.
hold on. Before we miss her. So first panel is Chairwoman Lowy, Ranking Member Granger, Mr. Rogers, Ms. Capter, Mr. Simpson, Mr. Visklosky, and Mr. Calvert. Everybody's here. All right.
Can we close the door, please?
Okay. Obviously, anything you have in writing, you can enter for the record, so you don't have to speak very long unless you want to.
Is that a hint, sir?
Ms. Lowy, we welcome you. We congratulate you and Ms. Granger for bringing all this together and all the appropriators, and we will begin with you.
First of all, I thank you for your congratulations, but we have a great team here, so I will accept the congratulations on behalf of all my colleagues and all their staff who brought us to this day, and I know that you're all eager to support this great product. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cole, members of the Rules Committee, I'm proud to present two legislative packages that together comprise all 12 fiscal year 2020 appropriation bills. These bills are the product of bipartisan, bicameral compromise. While there are some things that I would have done differently had I written these bills alone, I'm very proud of the work we have completed together. These bills raise funding for critical national priorities. I'm particularly proud that we have fully funded a fair and accurate 2020 census, provided money for states to secure their elections, and appropriated $25 million for gun violence prevention research. These are just a few of the highlights of these bills, and our cardinals will provide details on many more examples of investments that will strengthen our nation. Of critical importance, the bill limits the administration's ability to redirect or deviate from congressionally directed spending levels. Mr. Chairman, the Appropriations Committee is charged with one of Congress's most awesome responsibilities, the power of the purse. I'm proud that we have used that power to make investments that will give every American a better chance at a better life. I request an appropriate rule for floor consideration of these packages. Turning to my bill, State and Foreign Operations, I'm proud that we have reached bipartisan agreement on a robust bill that rejects the short-sighted, dangerous cuts proposed by the Trump administration. Our bill provides $54.7 billion in discretionary funding, which is $467 million above FY 2019 and $11.3 billion above the request. To confront today's global challenges, from poverty to civil war, climate change to violent extremism, our bill provides strong investments in security, humanitarian and development assistance, basic education, global health programs like HIV/AIDS, nutrition, TB, and malaria. For embassy security, the bill continues last year's level of $6.1 billion, which is $659 million more than the request. It also restores the State Department's and USAID staffing to 2016 levels and increases funding for many of our critical partners, like the National Endowment for Democracy, the Global Fund, the U.S. Institute of Peace, the Inter-American Foundation, and the U.S. African Development Foundation. As you well know, the extraneous matter carried in the appropriations bill, I don't think I have to do that now. I messed my pages up. Okay. I am concluding now, and I thank you for your consideration, and I'm very happy to answer any questions with my colleagues.
Thank you very much. Ranking Member Granger.
Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, members of the committee, I thank you for allowing me to testify on the appropriations packages for fiscal year 2020. I wish we had been able to pass all these bills by the beginning of the fiscal year, but I'm glad to finally be here today. I have to take a moment to thank my dear friend and my full committee chair, Nita Lowy, for her efforts. Though we don't always agree, she is respectful of other opinions and works in good faith. I also want to thank our ranking members for their hard work and leadership this year. There's a lot in these two packages that is worthy of our support, but neither side can win on every issue with agreements like this, so agreements like this are reached. The package of bills before us today will fully fund the government for the fiscal year, ensuring our military men and women in particular have the resources they need. It also will prevent further continuing resolutions or a government shutdown, both of which would have had negative impacts on our government and our national defense. I look forward to bringing these bills to the House floor tomorrow, sending them to the Senate, and getting them to the President's desk before funding runs out on Friday. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cole, members of the committee, thank you for letting us come here and plead our case with you. I'll talk a minute about the State and Foreign Operations Division of the bill. This is a good bill. It's fair, and it sticks to the terms of the budget agreement. The chair and I may differ on some issues, but we represent the priorities of Congress in support of our national security in this bill. $3.3 billion in foreign military financing for Israel, continued support for key allies and partners at or above the prior year, including Egypt, Jordan, countries facing Russian aggression. In our own hemisphere, the bill prioritizes funding for Latin America as the region continues to face instability from the crisis in Venezuela, to address the growing threat that China poses to our security. The bill provides robust funding for the U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy. It also fully funds the request for the Development Finance Corporation, including $150 million for a new equity financing tool to help counter harmful Chinese debt trap diplomacy. I'd also like to note that even though the funding allocation for state foreign operations is below the levels in both the House and Senate bills, I'm pleased that many bipartisan House priorities were protected. This includes increases for global health, and for the first time in 8 years, an increase for international basic education programs, an area our chair has championed for decades. Mr. Chairman, members, I hope the committee will report out a rule that allows for consideration of this bill in a timely manner so we can complete our work for fiscal year 2020 on behalf of the American people. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kaptur.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole, members of this distinguished committee. The Energy and Water Division of this bill makes critical investments in energy and water systems to sustain life on Earth, to combat climate change, to build public water infrastructure, and invest in nuclear security. I'd like to sincerely thank our ranking member, Mr. Simpson, who has been a very constructive, able, and amiable partner in this effort. Our bill rejects the President's short-sighted proposed cuts that would harm our nation's interests both for today and tomorrow. Instead, our bill increases investments to meet serious national priorities. Addressing the needs of the future, economically and environmentally, requires that our nation be at the forefront of global innovation. The Energy and Water Division of this bill moves our nation forward on that front. Further, American companies require advanced means to produce and ship goods efficiently in a highly competitive and uneven global marketplace, and we seek to advantage them. Finally, ensuring water and electricity for millions of Americans seems fundamental, but there are new, weighty challenges. We provide additional support toward those priorities. We achieve this by providing $7.65 billion for the Army Corps of Engineers, $652 million above 2019, likely our nation's premier infrastructure bill for 2020. Providing $1.66 billion for the Bureau of Reclamation, $110 million above 2019, providing $38.6 billion for the Department of Energy, $2.9 billion above 2019. And within DOE, the Department of Energy, we responsibly fund our nation's nuclear deterrent while providing a significant boost for vital non-proliferation efforts. And our bill increases the Department of Energy's energy efficiency and renewable energy programs, the Advanced Research Projects Agency, ARPA-E, and the Office of Science to sharpen America's edge to invent the future and ensure our nation's energy leadership, security, and independence for generations to come. In sum, the Energy and Water Division of this bill invests in innovative programs to yield future opportunities and jobs. Our focus is ensuring future economic prosperity, and we underpin national security and we bolster economic security and trade. Fundamentally, our work together prepares our country to mitigate, adapt, and intelligently manage the awesome challenges of climate change, such as the significant water events across our country, including in our Great Lakes region. Our bill is needed more than ever to move America forward. We are living in a pivotal era, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cole, and members of the committee for allowing us to testify today on the Energy and Water Appropriations Bill. I'd like to thank Chairman Kaptur and our colleagues in the Senate, Chairman Alexander and Senator Feinstein, for another cooperative and successful conference process. I'd also like to recognize Chairwoman Loy and Ranking Member Granger of the full committee for their leadership and support in this effort. I know there are a lot of members who wish to testify today, so I'll be brief. First, the bill fully funds the maintenance and modernization of our nuclear weapons systems. Next, it exceeds the annual target for funding from Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund. And finally, it establishes a new advanced nuclear reactor demonstration program to move toward commercializing the next generation of carbon-free nuclear energy technologies here and around the globe. I'm pleased to support this bill, and I agree with the remarks of Chairwoman Kaptur. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Visklosky.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and Mr. Cole again for allowing us the opportunity. I also want to thank my good friend and partner, Mr. Calvert. Again, the assembly of this bill was transparent. It was bipartisan. While there's a large amount of money in the defense appropriations bill, I would point out that we're $4.6 billion below the administration's request. I would also point out that our bill has $1.8 billion for natural disaster. It includes funding for states such as Florida, California, and Georgia. What we've tried to have an emphasis on is helping and making sure our service members and their families are taken care of. We've increased funding for sexual assault prevention. We've added $110 million to upgrade child care facilities. We're $45 million above current year levels as far as military schools and their improvement, as well as environmental restoration projects in and around bases in the communities in which our personnel live. And again, we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Calvert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cole, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be here. I wish we would have done this hearing some months ago, but we're like an OU game versus Baylor. We may go into overtime, but in the end, we get it done. I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it. I'd like to thank Chairman Visklosky for his leadership and his friendship and courtesies he's extended to me throughout the year. After thoughtful negotiation between the House and the Senate, we have a good, balanced bill. I look forward to passing both chambers and getting it to the President for his signature. I agree with everything that the Chairman said. It's a good bill. I urge your support. And with that, thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank all of you. We have two other panels, so I think I'm going to try to be as brief as I possibly can because I think if we can get through you, then we can have you leave. But let me just say this. I want to thank you and those who are about to come up for the hard work that you have done. One, to avoid a shutdown. Two, to avoid another CR, and to get our work done for the year. And I think there's bipartisan relief. Again, as has been mentioned, there are things in this bill that I think, in the overall package, that I like. Some things I'm not too crazy about, but there's not a lot I can do about it at this point. Anyway, it's been negotiated, it's done, and our job is to get it to the floor. But I just want to thank you and your staffs in particular for all the incredibly hard work that has been put into this. Mr. Hastings.
Thank you so very much. Can any of you answer me whether or not the NDAA has included in it the federal aviation employees?
I think he's referring to in the family medical leave
And-
provision. Yeah, yeah.
All right. And how about under Title 38, the VA employees on family medical leave?
That's in the milk wall bill.
Hmm?
That's in milk wall, I believe. If it isn't.
Wherever it is it in the NDAA?
I don't know.
I want to go back again to the Federal Aviation employees. There are 35,000 of them. And, yes, Mr.
I just want to suggest it is not unusual that we have extraneous matter carried in the appropriations bill, but they're all being negotiated or have been negotiated in a bipartisan, bicameral manner, and the appropriate authorizing committee can provide you with more information about the details of each of these provisions. So we certainly will
Well, it's deeply appreciated.
we'll pass them on. Thank you.
What I'll do is just file a standalone and watch it creep through the institution as well. All right.
Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd ask unanimous consent. Our colleague, Mr. Carter, couldn't make it, so his statement as a ranking member, could that be entered?
Without objection.
Thank you very much. I won't ask a lot of questions. I sat through every committee meeting that, with all of these folks. I drink and smoke with all of them that are willing to drink and smoke with me, which is a considerable number, I must say. And just want to testify to the great work they did. I have the great privilege of serving with somebody who'll test in a moment, Ms. Delora, and she is magnificent, but I also get to serve with our sadly departing friend here, Mr. Vysotsky, who has done a brilliant job on, I think, the most complex bill in the whole package in defense. So I just want to particularly thank him for his leadership on the committee for many, many years. And obviously, I want to thank my chairman and my ranking member, both of whom have done an extraordinary job to put this together. It is amazing, though, how much hard work, how many freeloaders they pick up with their hard work here at the end of the year. And we got quite a few of them on this bill that they don't bear any responsibility for. And a lot of them are things I support, but I particularly support the work that came out of each one of these subcommittees, and certainly the wonderful work that the chairman and the ranking member did. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. And I want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record the statement by Chairwoman Wasserman Schultz on behalf of the Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill. Without objection, Ms. Torres.
I just want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you, also as a member of the Appropriations Committee. Really, really appreciate all of your work, and it's amazing to me how much time and how much we're willing to bend to finally, when the Senate returns our phone calls, that you're there at the table. And most of all, to the staff on both sides, that they work, I know how hard they work throughout the weekend. So I very, very much appreciate every single one of you for all of that, and I yield back.
Mr. Woodall. Thank you. Mr. Perlmutter.
Yes, I just want to thank you. We saw you, Ms. Lowy, you, Ms. Granger, a lot the first month of this year, like every other day, as we kind of worked our way through the shutdown. Very difficult time for so many people, especially the employees of the United States of America. And I'm just very happy that you're all here at the end of the year to bring this to a very positive conclusion, and I yield back.
Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What can I say? Like you, there's stuff I like, there's stuff I don't like. Permanent repeal of the medical device tax, permanent repeal of the Cadillac tax, permanent repeal of the health insurance tax. So if I got my numbers correct, that's numbers 77, 78, and 79 for repeal of Obamacare, and that'll be bipartisan, so.
Don't spoil the moment.
I am worried that the disproportionate share hospital issue has not been resolved. It's simply been delayed, and I do worry that that's going to turn into another SGR phenomenon if we let it go too long. So I do encourage, I realize it's more than just the Appropriations Committee, but we do have to work on a solution for that. The public health portions that are part of this bill should never have been left this late. Mr. Viscosi used to routinely come in and criticize us over the last several terms for waiting until well past the time of expiration. So here we are, 2.5 months past the expiration of many of these things, but they are getting done. So I guess I should be grateful for that. I know this represents a significant amount of work, and that's not lost on any of us up here. So we appreciate you bringing it to us today and avoiding what would be the inevitable consequence of another appropriations lapse. So I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Doctor, I just want to be, I was never critical of anyone on the Rules Committee. It was Congress writ large.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I just want to repeat again something I think I said, and I appreciate your comment, but you will find some authorizing language in the appropriations bill. And we would be delighted to see the authorizing committees deal with these bills so they wouldn't be part of the appropriations process. So if you have additional questions, you might reach out to the authorizing committee who asked us to complete this. But I do want to say that none of this authorizing language would be here if it hadn't been negotiated in a bicameral, bipartisan way, although they should have been done as separate items, not as part of an appropriations bill.
Correct. I am obligated to point out that your authorizing language for the House authorizers, at least at the Energy and Commerce Committee level, was done in plenty of time before the end of the fiscal year. Our difficulty, as always, occurs with the other side of the rotunda. So I yield back.
Ms. Scanlon.
I just want to echo my colleagues and thank you all for your very hard work putting this together. I mean, as with any compromise legislation, everybody is not going to be happy with everything, but it certainly does a lot of great things for my district, and I'm very grateful. So thank you.
Ms. Lesko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No questions. Just want to say thank you for all your hard work.
Mr. Morelli.
I would echo that. This is obviously a Herculean task, and I want to thank everyone who played a significant role in doing this. But I did want to also just single out my fellow New Yorker and dear friend, Chairwoman Lowy, for her extraordinary work. And she's here often, as Mr. Perlmutter said, and we're delighted to have her here again today.
Ms. Shalala.
Yes, I wanted to offer my congratulations as well and reassure those supporters of Baylor that they've only won 3 times compared to 27 times for Oklahoma.
We consider that a fair fight.
Mr. Desagne.
Congratulations. It's nice to have a kumbaya moment in this committee.
So there were no other questions, so this wasn't painful at all. I want to thank you again for your work, and this panel is dismissed.
Thank you. And I want to, in conclusion, just thank again our extraordinary staff who haven't had too much sleep.
Thank you. Thank you. So as this panel is about to leave, So the next panel is Ms. DeLauro, Mr. Cole, Mr. Price, Mr. Diaz-Balart, Ms. Roybal-Allard, and Mr. Fleischman. Yeah, I know. You come up and run back and forth. So, you could just take. You can take that. No, thank. All right. So we're all here. Ms. DeLauro, we'll begin with you.
Thank you very much, Chair.
The committee will be in order. Okay.
Close the back door, please.
So, Ms. DeLauro, why don't you begin?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I'm proud to discuss the fiscal year 2020 appropriations bill for labor, health, and human services, education, and related agencies. A big thank you to Chairwoman Nita Lowey for her leadership, and a personal thank you to my partner, Congressman Cole. It's really a very, very wonderful, strong relationship that we have in this bill. For years, Labor H has been shortchanged. We are making up for lost ground, and we fought with the Senate to win crucial investments. Education, $550 million increase for child care and development block grant, $550 million increase for Head Start, $25 million increase for preschool development grants, $450 million increase for Title I, $400 million increase for special education IDEA, a new initiative in social and emotional learning, including $65 million in innovation grants, $93 million increase for minority-serving institutions, and a $150 increase to the Pell Grant program. Health, in the health area, $2.6 billion increase for National Institutes of Health, $637 million for Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, including tobacco prevention, public health data modernization, and suicide prevention. Full funding for a new HIV initiative to eliminate new transmissions of HIV over the next decade, and continued high funding for state opioid grants. I was disheartened that the Republicans obstructed us from defending women's health from the administration's attack on the Title X program. We will continue that long fight, and we will win in the near term. All women's reproductive health must be on equal footing. Proud to say, for the first time in 20 years, we have succeeded in getting $25 million for evidence-based gun violence prevention research. It follows our hearing on gun violence research, the first hearing in, again, 2 decades. The significance of this achievement cannot be understated. Finally, labor, $48 million increase for worker protection, $30 million increase for Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act state grants, $25 million increase for Job Corps, and a new $40 million grant program from community colleges to train people for in-demand jobs. A sample of the wins in this positive, hard-fought bill. With it, we can make opportunity real for the people of this country. Happy to take questions whenever anyone is ready.
Thank you very much. I'm now proud to yield to Mr. Cole, who's on Appropriations and on the Rules Committee, and he'll question himself during this hearing. So, Mr. Cole.
Oh, can I just say one thing? Let me know about the drinking. I don't smoke, Tom, but we can drink together.
We've had a glass of wine together before.
Amen. Amen. Drinking is good.
I usually prefer something a little more robust personally, but that's fine. As a couple of members of this committee can testify as well. So, but Mr. Chairman, first I want to, and I'll do this again at the end, but I want to begin by thanking my chairman, my friend, my working partner, Ms. Delores. She's been a delight to work with for 4 years. When I had the privilege of being chairman, she's been every bit as gracious and fair and tough and determined as a chairman, and I'm very proud that she's bringing her very first bill as chairman in front of this committee, and she's done a wonderful job on this, in my view. I'm proud of the hard work before us. Of course, I regret, as I know my chairman does, that we weren't able to complete this bill at the start of the fiscal year. That's really an institutional problem on the other side.
Yes.
That was not a problem on our side. We got our work done on time, in full, in the summer, and we're ready to negotiate for months before the Senate showed up to do that. I will point out, and there was considerable compromise here, Mr. Chairman. The previous House-based version of this bill, in my view, really did have an unrealistic allocation. So the bill in front of us is actually $11 billion lower than the bill that we voted on, but still allowed for all the increases that my good friend laid out. I'm particularly pleased with the NIH increase to $2.6 billion. That's been a product of bipartisan hard work for 5 years. I think we've really turned it around as a Congress in terms of investment in biomedical research. I think it does a lot of good things for the country. I want to thank my friend again for her commitment on the educational front. There were other programs in there like TRIO and Gear Up, which got increases as well for now successive years. Those are really important programs for giving first-generation college kids an opportunity or college students an opportunity to go and do something nobody else has been able to do in their family in many cases. Impact aid, again, that's a very important item in this bill. And again, this bill has, frankly, and my friend alluded to this, kept all the pro-life positions that have been there before. Frankly, we decided we would negotiate programs and money more than language because we have a Republican Senate, Republican president. There's going to be some differences in those areas. So what some of us might consider disappointments, other of us consider hard-fought victories, but that's the nature of a compromise. I want to conclude by thanking Chairman Lowy, Ranking Member Kay Granger, certainly my chair, Rose DeLaura. Ms. Lowy and Ms. Granger are just tremendous leaders of this committee in navigating all of us as chairman and ranking members through some very difficult decisions to bring us here. Their knowledge of the issues and their perseverance is really impressive. And I want to acknowledge the negotiating skills of the chair of Labor H Subcommittee, again, my chairman, my partner, and my friend, Ms. DeLaura. I believe there are very few members of Congress who know this subject matter better than her. Frankly, I would say none. She knows every line of this bill. She's assembled a great staff, and our staffs work together very, very well. And so I'm very pleased with the product in front of us. I think that I also would be remiss not to just quickly thank our negotiation partners on the other side of the rotunda, Senator Roy Blunt, Senator Patty Murray. We've worked this bill together now for 5 years. And at the 5th year, I will once again, I'll be voting with my chairman, who was kind enough to vote with my bills all 4 times on final passage after we negotiated. I look forward to voting for her bill on final passage as well. I know our 2 Senate colleagues will do the same thing over there. And I would just urge people, look, in a bill this big, it's a $192 billion bill, something like that, second largest in Congress, you can find a lot of things not to like, or a lot of things you wish we could have done more on. But if you look at the thrust of the bill, you look at the emphasis on biomedical research, you look at the emphasis on education, you look at the emphasis on first-generation college students, you look at the emphasis on early childhood, it's pretty hard to fault a lot of the things that have been done here. Quite the opposite. These are important investments for the American people. They've been made in a bipartisan, bicameral way. And so I certainly urge all of you to look at these and support the final passage of the legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the chance to appear to answer any questions you have about the Transportation HUD appropriations bill. I'm here with Ranking Member Mariel Diaz-Balart, who very ably chaired this subcommittee for a number of years. I was privileged to work as his ranking member, and now our roles have been reversed, but our collaboration continues. So it's a true pleasure to work with Mario. And also our bicameral partners, the Four Corners, Susan Collins, Jack Reed, compatible group. Give us a good top line, and we'll work out a bill in a very harmonious fashion, and we certainly have done that. The THUD section of the omnibus invests in America's transportation and housing infrastructure with a particular commitment to safety, to addressing the needs of the most vulnerable, and to mitigating the impacts of climate change and increasing frequency of devastating disasters. We have $74.3 billion in discretionary funding. That's an increase of $3.2 billion over 2019 and $15.8 billion above the President's budget request. Much of this increased allocation was absorbed, I'm afraid, by rising housing costs and rental contract expenses and declining receipts from the FHA, but we still have deployed available funds strategically, and I believe this is a bill we can all proudly support, and I urge colleagues to do just that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Chairman McGovern, thank you, and Ranking Member Cole. Thanks for the opportunity to appear in front of you. I would be remiss if I didn't mention 3 other people in the committee that were out today. First, a member of the THUD subcommittee, Ms. Torres, who's been an active member, appropriator, but also particularly in our subcommittee. Thank her for her leadership in this bill. And of course, my two dear friends, Floridians, both, Mr. Hastings and Ms. Shalala. Always a pleasure to see you. Chairman Price and I worked with Senator Collins and Reed to craft a fair agreement to our nation's transportation and housing needs. I'm not going to get into a lot of the details, but it's a total of $74.3 billion. That's $1.5 billion below the House passed level. I would note that the pressures on this bill were significant, particularly significant for the chairman, and I'll talk about the chairman a little while from now. We required $2 billion above last year just to meet housing inflation, and another $2 billion just to make up for lost housing receipts. So that's just before we start even looking at the bill. So we met the allocations by making tough choices, where each side sacrificed some of our priorities while making key investments in our nation's infrastructure, including $2.4 billion for highway grants, $1 billion for build grants, $225 million for ports infrastructure. I've gotten in the habit of calling the THUD bill the infrastructure bill. This bill, 2020 bill, continues this tradition. These infrastructure investments bring real benefit to our communities in so many ways. Again, whether it's improving flow of goods throughout the transportation network or improving, frankly, the quality of life of the people that we're honored to represent back home. This bill also meets our commitment to provide housing assistance to our most vulnerable citizens, including the elderly, the disabled, and yes, our heroes, the veterans. The agreement that we reached on these 12 bills shows that we can work together to meet priorities of the American people. I think it's an important achievement that we should not overlook in this, as this bill starts to get us out of the cycle of endless continuing resolutions that obviously we hate. And I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat. I think we can all agree that continuing resolutions are frankly wasteful and counterproductive and potentially even destructive. So I hope this group of bills puts us on a path to get all 12 bills done on time next year. This is a proper way to exercise our constitutional responsibility and obviously something that we owe the American people. But once again, I do want to thank Chairwoman Lowy, we've all done that, and Ranking Member Granger. They led us through this very difficult effort in these negotiations by working day in and day out and never giving up and never listening to the noise out there. And finally, as I mentioned I would do, I want to end by thanking Chairman Price for his friendship, really for his partnership. He has been, and has been honorable, transparent. I could not ask for a better person to work with. And that transparency and that attitude of just collegial attitude also reflects your staff, the majority staff, the minority staff, and so I'm extremely grateful and proud to work with Chairman Price, again, somebody who now I consider to be a friend. So I'm pleased to support these bills. I encourage the committee to pass the rule and get this bill to the House as quickly as possible. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Roybal Allard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to take this opportunity also to thank my ranking member, Mr. Fleischman, who's really been a great partner in what I believe is probably the most difficult of the 12 bills that we have to deal with. The Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Act provides $50.5 billion for DHS. This is $1.2 billion below the budget request and $1.1 billion above the FY 2019 enacted level. This bill significantly enhances oversight of our immigration and detention enforcement activities, including increases of $10 million for a new Office of Immigration Detention Ombudsman, $20 million for the Inspector General, and $14 million for ICE's Office of Professional Responsibility to increase detention inspections. The bill increases funding for the Office of Targeted Violence and Terrorism Prevention, including $10 million for a grant program to help communities develop strategies and programs to prevent targeted violence. For CBP, the bill is $43.7 million below the 2019 enacted level, while continuing to invest in border security technologies and the hiring of custom officers. For ICE, the bill increases resources for alternatives to detention, but does not increase detention beds above the FY19 level. There are no increases above 2019 levels for Border Patrol agents, immigration enforcement personnel, or border barriers. The bill provides resources for TSA to manage increased passenger volume and to procure advanced detection technologies, the Coast Guard to meet increased mission requirements, the Secret Service to manage candidate protection for next year's presidential election, and increased resources for FEMA grant programs, including a total of $90 million for nonprofit security grants. The bill also includes multiple oversight reporting directives related to immigration enforcement and detention, and allows members of Congress to make unannounced oversight visits to detention facilities. Unfortunately, and particularly because of the administration's anti-immigrant policies, which are turning back most asylum seekers at the southern border, the bill vastly overfunds detention beds at the expense of personnel accounts and funds more miles of border barriers at the expense of higher priorities. The bill also does nothing to reclaim Congress's power of the purse by preventing the president from once again diverting other funds to border barriers and detention bed funding. Thank you for allowing me to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fleischman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Cole. I want to begin with a heartfelt, sincere thanks to Ms. Roybal Allard. Unequivocally, Madam Chair, this was the hardest of the 12 bills, and the way in which you have handled this from the inception, I want to thank you. There are some major differences. Let's face it, about 90% of the bill we can agree on, but the 10% has been the hard part, and we got it done, and my sincere thanks. I also want to extend those thanks to Ms. Granger and to Ms. Lowy, our committee chair and ranking member, and to our friends in the Senate, and more particularly our staff. Majority and minority staff have worked tirelessly on this. Mr. Chairman, being an appropriator, I think, is a very special privilege in this body. At a time when there are very different views in this Capitol, we come together and we work hard. And this bill, as all the bills, all 12 bills, are evidence of the fact that we can actually work together. Sometimes grit our teeth and say, gosh, I don't like that, and other times claim wins. But in the end, we got this done for the American people. I believe this is a good bill, and I support both of them. The Homeland Bill provides nearly $1.4 billion for continued construction of border barriers in high-priority areas identified by the Customs and Border Protection, and provides funding for the same level of detention beds as in fiscal year 2019, while maintaining the same transfer and reprogramming authorities. Looking at the bill beyond the investments in border and immigration enforcement, there are so many activities, programs, and initiatives that we all agree on across the aisle, across the Capitol, and really across the country. I've said it before, 90% of the funding on this bill we all can agree on. We have solid investments in our great United States Coast Guard. And remember, these were the fine men and women who were punished wrongfully earlier this year because they're not part of DOD. These great men and women performed a great mission without pay. And thank goodness we are protecting them and their initiatives in this bill. That can never be forgotten. This bill provides desperately needed new air and marine assets to them, as well as reinvesting in personnel. We've had plus-ups for the Secret Service to continue leading law enforcement on national special security events and for protection for all, I stress all, of the presidential candidates. It's very important. We have plus-ups for the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency to help keep our government IT systems secure, as well as providing technical assistance to states, tribes, and localities. We have more than $1.7 billion for FEMA disaster relief, which is very important. But I must stress, to get funds to all of these important Homeland Security activities, we need to pass the Defense, CJ, Financial Services, and Homeland Bill. Further, we should support the agreements and fundings proposed in the other packages as well. Again, my thanks to everyone involved. I'd be remiss if I did not thank our colleagues up the hall of the United States Senate, Ms. Capito and Mr. Tester, for their hard work in getting this bill done as well. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Well, thank you. Again, thank you all for your incredible work. You know, as I said, I mean, these bills aren't perfect, and to be honest with you, Mr. Fleischman and Ms. Roybal Allard, the Homeland Security bill and the Defense bill give me a lot of angst. But I know that you have all worked as hard as you could to try to come to some sort of accommodation, and I appreciate that. And I think each member is going to have to work out, you know, how they're going to vote at the end. But again, the work that you guys have put in, how you've tried to find accommodation. I really appreciate that and respect it. And I have no question, Mr. Hastings.
I have no question.
Mr. Woodall, Ms. Torres, Mr. Dr. Burgess.
Yeah, if I could just ask a question on the Labor H portion. Someone perhaps on the staff can direct me as to where I can find the funds for the research and development of methods of combating acute flaccid myelitis. This is one of those illnesses that reoccurs it spikes every other year. And while I've been working on authorization language, this coming August will be another one of those spikes. So if we aren't doing something now, we'll miss the next episode where that could increase in frequency.
We have put in $5 million for CDC for that purpose. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Promoter, Ms. Lesko, Mr. Morelli, no other questions? Thank you very much. This panel is dismissed.
Thank you very much. You see, thank you. Tom, thank you. Thank you. And if I can, I'll try
She's the best. Thank you, Lucille. Thank you. Well done.
Okay, our next panel. Okay.
You're calling me, Chairman. I have a couple of questions for myself.
I should be calling you.
Let's do it.
Okay, our next panel is Mr. Bishop, Mr. Aderholt, Ms. McCullum, Mr. Joyce, Mr. Ryan, Ms. Herrera Butler, and Mr. Graves. And we will begin with Mr. Bishop.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and members of the Rules Committee. Appreciate very much the courtesies that you continue to extend to us as we come to present these bills. I also would like to take the opportunity to thank our chair, Ms. Nita Lowy, our ranking member, Ms. Granger, my subcommittee colleague, the ranking member, Mr. Fortenberry, who's not here, but I'm happy that he, like Hallmark, cared enough to send the best. He sent Mr. Aderholt to represent him. He's on a CODEL, but Mr. Aderholt very ably represented the subcommittee as chairman previously. Of course, I want to thank our staffs, both majority and the minority. They worked together tirelessly and collegially, and I think we've come up with a very good bill. And I appreciate the opportunity to present our division of the bill. The FY20 Ag Bill provides $23.5 billion in discretionary funding, $183 million above the FY19 enacted level. In addition, it provides the latest estimates for mandatory programs that are required by law. I believe that the zip code in which a youngster is born or in which his family or her family lives should not prevent him or her from realizing their full potential. And I think that this bill goes a long way to achieving that goal by investing nearly $3.8 billion in rural development programs. This includes $545 million in water and waste grants, $640 million for broadband programs, including $555 million for the Reconnect grants and loans, an issue that has very, very strong bipartisan support. The bill fully funds all of the domestic nutrition programs to meet the anticipated needs for FY20. We also strengthen SNAP by ensuring that it will be funded at the $9 billion level, an increase of $3 billion, which will provide additional certainty that the beneficiaries would not suffer in the event of a shutdown. We rejected the proposed eliminations of the international food assistance programs, and instead, we funded the Food for Peace and the McGovern-Dole programs at record levels. The bill also makes critical investments in agricultural research by providing $3.2 billion, an increase of $171 million over FY19, to ensure that America retains its role as leader of global agricultural science. The bill provides $1.8 billion for farm programs, and it provides increased funding to address staff shortages at the county offices. FDA receives $3.16 billion in discretionary funding, with specific funding dedicated to fighting rare cancers, laying the foundation for more efficient generic drug reviews, improving our response to foodborne illness outbreaks. The bill funds the Commodity Futures Trading Commission at $315 million, which is a necessary and a long overdue increase. The subcommittee is known for its bipartisanship, and I'd like to thank my colleagues and their staffs again for their hard work and cooperation in producing this bill. Thank you very much, and I look forward to answering any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adderholt.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the opportunity as well to appear before the committee today on behalf of Ranking Member Fortenberry to discuss H.R. 1865 and in particular Revision B, the Agricultural, Rural Development, Food, Drug Administration related agencies appropriation bill for 2020. Just last year, as the chairman mentioned, I had the privilege to chair the Ag Subcommittee, and I had the honor of working with the now chairman, Chairman Bishop. And I understand that Mr. Fortenberry has also developed a very positive working relationship that's evident by the legislation that's before us. I sincerely commend Chairman Bishop and Ranking Member Fortenberry for their ability to work hard to find ways to defend in a bipartisan manner the priorities of the House. The ag portion of the package includes support for our farmers, ranchers, and producers who provide people across the nation and the globe with fresh, safe, and diverse food supply. The bill also includes funding streams for building and rebuilding of critical infrastructure needed for rural communities, from housing to utilities to economic development. And on a particular note, as was mentioned by Chairman Bishop, the House was able to successfully secure more funding for the rural broadband, and that was through the Reconnect broadband program that included $555 million, a program that we started 2 years ago. This represents a great improvement over the Senate bill that failed to include any money for this program for this basic needed utility. The bill includes an additional $87 million for other rural broadband initiatives. The bill includes increased funding for public health initiatives at the FDA, such as blood safety, opioids, generic drugs, and food safety. The bill before us maintains a number of important provisions, such as the Buy American requirement for water and wastewater infrastructure, a ban on FDA's acceptance of genetically engineered embryonic applications, and flexibilities for child nutrition programs. One other new provision for the benefit of our youth is the mandate that all tobacco sales to individuals be 21 years or older. And this mirrors the bill that I had filed in April of this year. So in addition, I was pleased to see that the bill maintained the separation of powers strengthened by the oversight of reprogramming of funds, but it allows the move of 2 research agencies to proceed. I'm pleased to see that the bill will not include a number of other poison pill riders that unnecessarily tied the hands of the Secretary. While the bill does not include everything we fought for, it provides quite a number of benefits for our constituents back home. And so, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for consideration, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Cole, members of the Rules Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss the Interior Environment and Related Agencies Division for fiscal year 2020. I also want to thank Chairwoman Lloyd for advancing this process along with Ranking Member Granger. And I want to thank all the staff on both sides of the aisle for all the long hours that they put in. But a very special thank you to Ranking Member Joyce. Thank you for your gift of Buckeyes. I like you so much, I will not bring you the gift of lutefisk. For fiscal year 2020, the Interior Environment Division provides $36 billion, which is $437 billion more than fiscal year 2019 enacted bill. This bill, though, does reject the cuts proposed by the Trump administration that would have harmed the ability of the EPA to keep our communities safe and healthy, and zeroed out the Land and Water Conservation Fund along with the Trump administration's attempt to decimate scientific research to combat climate change. This summer, I testified before you about the important programs funded in the House bill. And although we were not able to keep the entire robust allocation, I am proud of what we were able to fund. As a result of our work, the House was able to provide an additional $24 million to EPA enforcement and compliance activities, the first increase in a decade. The largest increase in a decade for the National Endowment for the Arts and the Humanities, each funded at $162 million. And the Land and Water Conservation Fund is at the highest level ever since 2003, with $495 million in new funding. The bill enhances the EPA's ability to protect human health and the health of our environment by providing $9.08 billion, the second highest level ever for the agency. The bill includes an all-time high for environmental justice funding, over $10 million. This funding is critical to ensure that every community has the ability to realize the health protections that our environmental laws provide. I'm also proud that we continued our subcommittee's nonpartisan approach to addressing the issues facing our Native American brothers and sisters by investing in programs critical to the health, safety, and well-being of Native people. And finally, this bill shows that we're serious about addressing the climate crisis and recognizes the importance of science and understanding how our planet is changing. We prioritize funding by providing $52 million for renewable energy development, $416 million for climate change research and adaptation activities, received a $30 million increase. This bill makes important investments in the health of our communities and our environment, and I'd like to thank the members of the Rules Committee for an opportunity to testify and share. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Joyce?
Thank you, Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, and the distinguished members of this committee. It's an honor to appear before you today as the ranking member on the Interior, Environment, and Appropriations Subcommittee. I'm pleased to be here with the chair of this committee, my friend, Congresswoman Betty McCollum. And whatever you're going to give me from Minnesota, it sounded great. These are homemade Buckeyes, and I'd be glad to pass.
I get some, yeah.
Yeah, they would go very well with the McGovern tea and
Right.
Bourbon and cigars, it goes well too. Everything goes well with bourbon, though, I understand. So. But we have worked tirelessly over the past month to negotiate a reasonable compromise in order to be able to develop the product before you today and avoid a government shutdown. While it's not the bill I would have written, there are things in here I may not necessarily agree with. I do believe there's so much in this bill that unites us and divides us. Division D of the conference agreement provides roughly $36 billion for the Department of the Interior, the Environmental Protection Agency, the Forest Service, the Indian Health Service, the Smithsonian Institution, and more than a dozen related agencies. This conference agreement enhances our nation's economic prosperity in many ways by increasing America's investment in its own abundant energy resources, by fully funding the payment in lieu of taxes program, which is critical to counties with federal lands, and by investing $1.8 billion for maintenance and construction at our nation's national parks, wildlife refuge, and other public lands that fuels a multi-billion-dollar tourism economy across our country. Furthermore, this conference agreement also continues to make critical investments in our nation's water infrastructure by providing $2.8 billion for the Clean Water and Drinking Water State Revolving Loan Funds and $60 million for the Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act program, which will be leveraged with private investments to finance more than $10 billion in water infrastructure projects nationwide. This agreement also provides $1.6 billion for the Department of Interior and U.S. Forest Service to fight devastating wildfires that threaten our communities and to reduce the severity of future wildfires. And finally, this agreement provides an additional $392 million for health care, law enforcement, and related programs to honor our country's sacred trust and treaty obligations to the American Indians and Alaska Natives. In closing, I want to sincerely thank Chairwoman Lowy, Ranking Member Granger for their leadership and the staff on both sides of this aisle for the hard work in order to get an annual appropriations bill over the finish line once again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to thank Mr. Joyce for the Buckeyes. I have one missing because we are the last panel, so I got a little hungry. I'm pleased to join my colleagues in requesting a rule in support of H.R. 1865, Division E of the Legislative Branch Appropriations. My thanks to full committee Chairwoman Lowy, her ranking member Kay Granger, and my minority counterpart Rep. Herrera Butler. They've all guided and supported me in my first year taking the helm of the Legislative Branch Appropriations Subcommittee. I'm pleased that we have the resources to start on a path to strengthening congressional operations. Funding in this bill totals $5.049 billion, or a $213 million, or 4.4% increase above fiscal year 2019. The bill gives members and committees the funding needed to improve their constituent services and legislative oversight responsibilities. With this bill, we have been able to increase the members' representational allowance, support committee budgets, and restore funding shortfalls in the account that pays House health and retirement benefits. Intern allowance will increase from $20,000 to $25,000 per member office so that a more diverse group can apply without worrying about the financial burden of working for free. The bill continues to fund the Wounded Warrior Program as well as the new Congressional Gold Star Family Fellowship Program, which was established this fall. We have provided first-year funding for both the Office of Diversity and Inclusion and the Office of Whistleblower Ombudsman so that Congress has the tools to encourage greater staff diversity and to effectively handle whistleblower complaints. The bill also includes sufficient funding to extend the Select Committee on the Modernization of Congress. We look forward to the implementation of those recommendations. We see increased funding in this bill for CBO, GAO, GPO, and the Capitol Police. Members will be pleased to learn that our bill provides another $10 million for the Library of Congress Visitors Experience Project for a total of $20 million provided to date. Once that's developed, the project will result in better displays of many of the treasures in the library's collection, clearer communication of the library's mission, and more activities targeted to children and youth. Finally, I'm pleased that the bill includes a provision that permits an increase in the pay level of senior congressional staff, now that we will be able to slightly increase the salaries of our most experienced senior staff. A higher rate will make the House more competitive to recruit highly skilled employees. Again, I'd like to thank Chairwoman Lowy and her team, all of the staff who put in so many hours, especially over the past few weeks. They go unnoticed many times around the country, but they're essential to what happens here on Capitol Hill. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Herrera Butler? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole and members of the committee, and thank you also to my chair of the Legislative Branch Committee, Chairman Ryan. This was also my first go leading the helm of this illustrious subcommittee. And as was shared, the recommendation for fiscal year 2020 provides a $5.049 billion. This is 4.4% above fiscal 2019 level and 4.5% below the budget request. I'm pleased to support some of the items in this bill that I think are really critical that we all share. It supports the Capitol Police, as well as funding for really important and critical security upgrades to keep the Capitol campus safe for members and staff and visitors. I'm also supportive of the funding for the Library of Congress, the visitors' experience enhancements. This is one of the things, the goal here is to bring the library outside of the Beltway. Only a few of us, of our constituents, regularly could even come to the library. Our goal is to get the library out into the states and into the hands of the people to share this treasure. And finally, the bill supports upgrades to the Capitol Complex facilities for visitors and staff with disabilities. This is one of the things we regularly hear about, and I'm pleased that we're trying to make this completely accessible for everyone. Again, this is not our building, it's the people's building. We want to make sure that all folks with all abilities can come and experience it. I appreciate Chairman Ryan's cooperation and support on several initiatives that are important to us and to this institution. Big thank you to the staff who were up all night last night, and I respectfully request that this committee grant a rule that will move this process forward for House consideration.
Thank you very much. Thank you all again for your incredible work, and I now yield to Mr. Hastings.
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Cole. Ms. Torres? Ms. Lesko? Mr. Perlmutter?
Just a comment, and I don't want to rain on anybody's parade,
But I'm glad that Minnesota beat Ohio State in basketball before last night, before you guys resolved all of this, because it could have been a problem for you Buckeye types, knowing that your third-ranked Ohio State Buckeyes lost to the Minnesota Gophers last night. But I do specifically want to thank that committee, your subcommittee, Betty, because the renewable energy piece of this is very key to us in Colorado. And I just want to thank the entire group of you. I'm kidding about that. I don't want to sow any dissension on your committee, and I thank you for your work.
And before I go, I think Mr. Adderhold had another statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make it short. I did want to mention the Commerce, Justice, Science, and Related Agencies Appropriation Act, and reiterate my sincere appreciation for everyone's support on that. The chairman, Mr. Serrano, he was unable to be here today, and but I want to thank he and his excellent staff for all the work that they have done to make this a very good bill. It, of course, includes NASA funding at $22.6 billion. That's an increase of $1.1 billion from FY 2019 level. Also, another highlight of the bill includes $7.3 billion in support for the 2020 decennial census, which is critical for funding for the federal law enforcement, and also for the Departments of Justice, FBI, United States Marshal Service, tobacco, alcohol, and firearm and explosives. And furthermore, the bill provides valuable support for our local law enforcement back home. All the programs in this bill is very worthy, but I once again like to thank the Chairman Serrano, who was unable to be here, for his collegial spirit as he's led this committee, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions? Hearing none, thank you very much, and this panel is dismissed. Are there any other members who wish to testify on the appropriations measures? Seeing none, this closes the hearing on H.R. 1158, H.R. 1865, the Consolidated Appropriations Act, and the further Consolidated Appropriations Act. Without objection, the committee stands in recess, subject to call of the chair. And I would just say that I think we have a dinner break, and so people should go have dinner. I think it would be at least an hour, but maybe a little bit more from what we're being told. Yeah, I'm with you. But with that, the committee's in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Testing 4, 5, audio check, testing 3, 4, 5, audio check. You got it?
Hello. Mr. Chairman, I gratefully move the committee grant a rule providing for consideration of Senate amendment to H.R. 1158, the DHS Cyber Hunt and Incident Response Teams Act of 2019. The rule makes in order a motion offered by the Chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee that the House concur in the Senate amendment with an amendment consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 116-43. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the motion. The rule provides that the Senate amendment and the motion shall be considered as read. The rule provides 1 hour debate on the motion, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations. The rule also provides for the consideration of the Senate amendment to H.R. 1865, the National Law Enforcement Museum Commemorative Coin Act. The rule makes in order a motion offered by the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee that the House concur in the Senate amendment with an amendment consisting of the text of the Rules Committee Print 116-44, modified by the amendment printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the motion and provides that it shall not be as subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule provides that the Senate amendment and the motion shall be considered as read. The rule provides a 1 hour debate on the motion, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations. The rule provides that the chair of the Committee on Appropriations may insert in the congressional records not later than December 17, 2019, such material as she may deem explanatory of the Senate amendments and the motions specified in the first two sections of the rule. Finally, the rule provides that the House Resolution 761 is hereby adopted.
You heard the motion from the gentleman. Are there any questions or amendments or comments? Mr. Cole.
Well, I certainly have to make a comment. I want to congratulate you on getting our first Rules Committee today started so early so that we can deal with our other things. And I want to congratulate you for clearly listening to our arguments about SALT, which I see is nowhere in this rule. So clearly, the weight of the evidence carried the day. And
We hang on every word.
I'm grateful for that, Mr. Chairman. So given that, that was my motion, was to get rid of that, and you've done my work for me. I won't vote for the rule, but I won't demand a vote when we get to that point.
Anybody else? So now, hearing none, the question is now on the motion offered from the gentleman from New York. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. This will be handled by, motion agreed to, this will be handled by Mr. Morelli for the Democrats.
And I'll be handling this for the Republicans, Mr. Chairman.
And I want to thank everybody, especially the staff, for their patience for being here at this hour, and we have a busy day today.
Good day.
Yeah, and with this on the floor at 9 o'clock, and then we will be meeting here. I'm sure we're going to have a really good meeting on impeachment at 11. I look forward to everybody being here, and with that, the Rules Committee is adjourned.
I want to hope